Hello again, computer. We're back for another excursion into the realm of cyberspace. And I think it's going to be a good time. This time we're kind of going on a bit of a side path from our main quest. If you recall, last week we were delving into the deeps of Pokemon Emerald, doing a little bit of reverse engineering, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on there. This week we're going to do some other shit. So, without further ado, let's get into it. Pop. Alrighty. So, yeah, hi. I think last time I sort of got off very quickly, but this time we're going to be a little bit more relaxed. I think the plan is to do a little bit of web development, which historically has not been my forte, but I have enjoyed, I guess, on the side from time to time. And yeah, I think we're gonna try and make a little browser game. I think it might be a fun little thing. So I guess let's talk a little bit first about what our intentions are, and then we can dive in a little bit to the details. Let's see. So we have To the Quick in the chat asking TH06 Guj equals Toho 6. Yes. Toho 6 embodiment of Scarlet Devil. And I guess you could interpret it as good game or also just good. Cool. Thanks for coming along. Thank you for chatting as well. Very much appreciated. So we're gonna see. Okay. So let's think for a second. So why are we doing this instead of any number of other things that we could be doing? We're doing this because I was thinking a little bit about the popular series of video games Pokemon. And I was thinking of the popular spin-off on that series of video games, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I was a fan of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon in my youth. And then went on to become a fan of traditional roguelikes. But I really haven't. I have some fondness for that sort of mystery dungeon style. It feels sort of different from a roguelike in a lot of ways. So I don't know if it's the presentation or some of the gameplay details or whatever. But we're gonna try and do something that kind of captures that spirit. We're not gonna be too ambitious here. I think obviously we could, like, game development is long and arduous and all these things, right? But we're gonna be satisfied with something where we can randomly generate some dungeons, we can walk around, we can kill some monsters, and it like looks nice. I think we're gonna focus a little bit more on presentation here than on the deepest, most innovative gameplay. So we're gonna focus mostly on just, let's get something that looks nice. Let's figure out some of the hidden secrets of the web. It's a interesting place. We're gonna dodge any spiders that might appear, and just in general, we're gonna have a good time. I think it's probably gonna be a lot easier for me to just shoot the shit while I'm doing this versus when I'm doing reverse engineering stuff. So yeah. So I guess moving into the technical side of things, the technology I would like to use is PureScript, which is this wonderful little language over here. If you're not familiar, this is pretty much Haskell, but it runs in a web browser. So we're going to be doing some pure functional programming. If you're familiar with JavaScript, right, you might have heard of TypeScript, which is sort of some additional kind of static typing features added to JavaScript, right? And PureScript is sort of I don't know, the next step up the food chain of statically typed JavaScript languages that transpile to JavaScript. So I don't know. Maybe we'll learn something interesting there too. I've written some amount of PureScript in the past, but I haven't gotten super duper familiar with it. And I've also, when I've used it in the past, I've relied really heavily on the FFI. So I've been very willing to just fall down to JavaScript for things that were going to be easier to do in JavaScript. This time, I've done a little bit of work already to get some stuff on the screen. And I've tried a little bit more to use kind of the tools that PureScript has available natively. So there's this cool little UI library called Halogen. let's move somewhere we're using that. The library called Halogen. It's sort of like a component-based reactive, maybe is the buzzword, UI library. If you know React, the big buzzword JavaScript framework, this works in a very similar way, except set up kind of in this functional, statically typed context. I'm not really sure if I like it just yet, and I'm also not really sure if it maps nicely onto this problem. So we're going to try and use it a little bit, and if we get frustrated, we're going to do what every good programmer does and immediately give up, and we're going to use something else. We're going to find a better tool for the job. So yeah, so I guess let's start. Well, let's figure out how to structure this, because I didn't really do very much programming last time, but this is going to be kind of a different structure versus the kind of the grep fest that we did before. So let's see. So what do I have right now? Well, I have some components of a web app. Let's move over here. So this is on the left what we have currently, right? We have a bunch of green squares and some gray squares. We refresh the page, we might get a better picture of what's going on here. So I've written a little kind of tile-based renderer. This is all not using something like Canvas currently. It's using just standard DOM divs with background color. So if we look at one of these fellows, there we go. Yeah, we just have a whole bunch of these map cells, and they have some inline CSS on them that says, okay, translate them to their position, and then set their background color. And those things are controlled by our source, which we'll look at shortly. But sort of the thing that's determining, okay, some cells are gray and some cells are green, is I've written a little bit of a, like maybe half of a roguelike dungeon generator. I'm using a pretty simple algorithm. It's, let's see, it's on a Rogue Basin dungeon generation. We're going to bravely stride forth. So they're using this thing, well, they call it a BSP, but kind of just like it's not like really binary space partitioning in the way you'd think for like rendering, I don't know, like Doom or Quake or something, right? It's kind of closer to like a quad tree almost, right? It's a quad tree where you're only splitting in half rather than in 4 quadrants. So the way this algorithm works is you take your total space, you subdivide it a bunch randomly, either horizontally or vertically with a random partition line, and then you get a bunch of spaces like this, and then you pick rooms that are contained entirely within the spaces, then you draw connections across the bordering lines, right? So this was split into these 2 spaces, so you draw something across, right? So pretty simple, right? This is sort of the dungeons that this generates, I imagine, will look pretty similar, or at least look similar to how I remember the dungeons in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon behaving, right? Which are mostly just kind of boring rectangular rooms connected by either straight line corridors or sort of Z-shaped corridors. So I think that will work nicely for our purposes. I think so. What I've done currently, let's close this out, is I've done the bit that generates the tree and then places rooms of random-ish sizes within the partitions defined by the tree. And I think the next thing to do is to place corridors and kind of do that bit. So yeah, I think we might do that. Another bit that we might jump into immediately is making this renderer a little nicer. As I mentioned, I'm still not sure whether this approach is going to be the right thing in general, right? So kind of my thinking is, right, a natural way to write browser games with like kind of the modern stack, right, post Flash world, is with the canvas element, right, which lets you do something similar to like how you'd write a game with like SDL, right? You can draw some basic geometric primitives. You can, the most important thing for us is you can given some coordinates, you can blit images, right? So just drawing a grid of images to a canvas is pretty simple, right? The thing that I'm sort of hesitant of there, though, is that I want the thing to have a cohesive look. And I also don't want to spend a whole lot of time writing a bunch of UI code, right? So for example, here, like since these things are just like DOM elements, right? We can pretty easily add something that's like a CSS transition that fires when we're mousing over, right? So we can get like a nice like cursor effect if we like dim these slightly, right? Whereas if we're working in a canvas, or at least by my understanding of canvases, that's a bit trickier, right? Then suddenly we have to like, okay, well, during our update, we're checking where the mouse is and checking what tile the mouse overlaps. You know, there's some bullshit you have to deal with, right? We kind of get a lot of UI stuff for free if we kind of keep things natively to the browser, because the browser is a platform kind of fundamentally for doing UI stuff. So that's a question we're gonna have to think about, right? It might turn out that this whole thing is just like too slow or too cumbersome, or otherwise irritating if we don't use a canvas. Or, I mean, like, worst comes to worst, we'll use WebGL, but like, I don't think we need to use WebGL to render some, like, a couple of textures that are changing fairly infrequently. So we'll leave that. Other things is we would like to make this look nice, which means that instead of gray and green squares, we would like to render textures. And the question becomes, where do we get those textures? I've thought of a few things there that we'll probably get to this stream. I think in one case, we might find some suitable art on OpenGameArt, which is a repository for Creative Commons game assets. If that fails, or if we're feeling a little spunky, I think we might just take, I think there are good, what's the site? The Spriters Resource, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Let's see. We want the Game Boy Advance version because we're cool like that. Yeah, we don't want Pokemon sprites. We want dungeon tiles. Yeah. So this kind of thing, right? So we might, like, these are the sorts of tiles that we want exactly, right? In that they are square tiles with a bunch of different configurations based on like how many walls and which walls are adjacent to the current wall that you're rendering. Worst comes to worst, we might just like yoink these exactly, right? I think like we're not like really, we're mostly doing this for fun, right? We're not building a game for commercial or even really non-commercial use. We're just kind of dicking around, so I don't think we're going to get into any trouble. And if we do want to release something like this, we can just we can use this as the basic template, right, for shapes, etc., and then we can build on that later. So I don't know. We might spend some time either using this directly as like a sprite sheet, or write a little script with image magic or something to extract all the various tiles and chuck them into their own PNGs and make it a little easier for us. So we'll see. So that is that. I think without further ado, maybe let's get into it. Let's start digging around. My remaining concern, I guess, is, well, excuse me. We're gonna have to see how well we hold up, because as you might have seen, my face likes to get a little fucked up. The CPU load is very heavy, right? You can see me flashing over here. I'm rapidly glitching out, and that's indicative of the CPU load on my system. So we're thinking extra hard. So if you see that happening, right, say a word, and maybe we'll put a little notice on the screen for that. What can we say? Let's make this a little smaller. let's say, let's call it blinking, glitching, thinking hard. That seems good. There we go. Yeah, so now any intrepid new viewers will have a clear idea of what's going on when we're compiling something, etc., and we're completely freaking out. Okay, well, let's get into it. I think the first thing to do is to let's flesh out our dungeon generation algorithm a little bit. But before we do that, let's make it so we can scroll around the dungeons we generate, right? Because the thing that seems important is to be able to get a clear picture of what we're actually building, right? And we could do shenanigans like we could print them out as text, right? Like we can draw them like with ASCII, right? Which would be amusingly topical. But I think it would be nice to use our existing renderer and just make it so we can scroll around. Which I don't think there's anything really stopping us from doing that right now. Because so if we look at the way this works currently, let's see. Component map. So the way things work right now is we have a halogen component to render a single cell of the map. Right? That component knows its offset from the current player position. Right? So it knows dx and dy. Right? The cell that's immediately above the player. Right? So if we look, player's I think always going to be at the middle of the screen. Right? So probably this cell here is 0, 0. Right? This cell has a dx equals 0 and dy equals -1. This one is -1, -1. This one is -1, -2, etc. Right? So they're relative. Basically, you consider this as relative positions to the cell at the middle of the screen. I think then those cells, when they're rendered, they set the style property of their div to 1, the correct translation, right, which is just based on those relative offsets, right? It's just like 8 ems for every unit of offset. So because every cell is 8 ems by 8 ems. M being I think M is the CSS unit for the width of the M character in the current font, which I think all I know is that it's like from the random stuff that I cargo cult, it seems to be like the thing you use for relative units, right? Like I'm using it for both the vertical and horizontal here because we want squares, right? But I think there's also an EX unit that is the height of an X character, which maybe is better to use. I don't know. Who knows, right? CSS. I'm not a web designer. I'm merely a grid of ASCII characters. So who the fuck knows, basically. So let's continue on, right? So in addition to that translation, right, we also have a this cell style at, right, and that is computed in. If you move over to dungeon.pers, we have terrain, which you could think of as pretty much a it's kind of the array of all the cells, right? The array of all the, well, do we have either a floor or a wall or like water maybe? I think that's all there really is in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, along with like the width and the height, because we need that to look up in that array effectively. And all this get cell style at does is like take X and Y coordinates, look up the cell at that position, and then give back the appropriate CSS to style the thing, right? You might wonder why don't we just use getCell and have a more kind of generic function that doesn't do the lookup here, that just takes a cell and produces this, right? It's because I think in general we're going to need more than one cell's information in order to render a cell, right? If we look back, did I close that Spriters resource? I did. Well, either way, right? You can imagine. Let's actually reopen that again. Spriters resource Pokemon Mystery Dungeon GBA. We'll leave this open for now. Maybe we'll just open the sprite sheet. Let's find that buried relic. I was always fond of the berry relic. Let's open image. All right, so if you look at this, right? So for example, let's say this tile right here. This is a corner piece, right? There's not really any mechanical difference between this wall and any other wall, right? The difference is the appearance, right? And this wall appears this way, right? Simply because it borders other walls on both the left and the right, as well as the middle, right? You can kind of look at these, like the white square here represents this tile, right? And the black squares, right? There's 3 here, right? Above, to the left, and to the upper left, represent whether adjacent tiles are also walls, right? So the appearance of the thing is sort of contextual, and it depends on the surrounding walls, which is why we're setting it up this way. So anyway, yeah. So really that's all we're doing, right? We have these cells, right? They're aware of their relative offset to the player's coordinates, right? Up here, we add that relative offset to the player's current coordinates, which we get from the current state of the game. And we use that to determine, like, we look up the cell, and we use that to, so right now we're just checking, is it a wall, is it a floor, right? If it's a wall, we draw gray. If it's a floor, we draw green. We'll get fancier with that in the future, but this is kind of the basic architecture, right? So naturally to scroll, all we really need to do is have some capability of, so like we need some mechanism to modify player.x and player.y, right? Which we don't have currently, right? An easy thing to do here would be, okay, when you press the arrow keys, right? Just every time you press the arrow key, your coordinates move by 1 unit in that direction. So I think that's what we're going to try and do. So to do that, we're going to have to figure out what the deal is with Halogen's event system, right? Let's, like, because I think, okay, if we go over here, key down event, right? Hop onto MDN. Oh, we're really flickering there. We're thinking real hard about JavaScript. Yeah, so normally if we were writing JavaScript, we would chuck an event listener on something. I don't know, body. I guess we can't really do, I don't know how to use this shit. JavaScript key down global. So we don't want to just proc this on when we're pressing keys inside of a text input or something. We want to do it globally, which I've done many a time before, so I know it's possible. I just never remember how it's done. Let's see. Maybe it's key. We're going to delve into Stack Overflow a little bit. Well, either way, I think we're gonna be doing a lot of Googling tonight, right? So prepare yourself. I think I had this halogen example open earlier, which maybe does something close to what we want to. So this is using the halogen subscribe function to, I don't know. Let's see. Let us see. I guess let's start. We're gonna read a little bit more about how Halogen does event handling, and maybe that will teach us something we need to know. This is just effects. Okay, there's some event handling nonsense happening here. Let's see. We're gonna be gamers. I mean, worst comes to worst, because we're just testing this out. We just like chuck some buttons in here, right? But like, I don't really want to do that. That seems like a scam. Let's see if we can just. Okay. We're gonna go to our root level component. We're in main.pers. Let's see about adding. I think if we go do this, we can then say, do we have? Oh, we're calling it HTML build events. Yeah. Okay. We have a big list of our events here. Okay. Well, that looks promising. Let's do something on key down, right? And what is the type of on key down? The type of on key down is a handler, and the callback takes, you give it a callback, and the callback takes the keyboard event and then produces an I, which I think the I in this instance is actually, and judging from this, it's an action in your component. So we're going to have to, I'm using this little stateless helper thing to say, well, this is the common case where this component like uses the global state but doesn't actually have its own local state, right? Which would be common for a lot of elements, but we might have to dig in a little deeper. So let's see. Yeah, we will for sure. All right, so let's call. We're going to copy a lot of this to root component. We're not going to need all of it, right? So we're going to know this type of our state, right? Which will probably just be unit, and we don't need to parameterize on the render function. And what else? Let's think. Well, we're gonna copy most of the body of this. Let's just go for it. So we still want this logic to handle receiving a new. Maybe we don't. Like I guess we really. We probably don't actually care about. Like this receive event is. I'm using this library called Halogen Store, which is a store for global state on top of Halogen, right? I am my understanding is that it's similar to Redux for React, but I have used neither Redux nor React, so my my understanding is pretty limited, I guess. I think this receive event is basically like we're saying when we receive a new input from the parent, we update our own local state that's holding that what we care about from that input. And the way that the global state handling is set up, there's no parent to this because it's the root component, I think. But I don't think it's going to receive inputs unless they're from the global store that's saying, okay, update the global state. I think we're not going to use the global state in the root component, so like, we'll fudge it a little bit. Let's see. We don't need to receive. Let's just say our initial state is unit. Oh, so we have nothing, right? Unit is just, I mean, I don't know. Unit equals, why am I freaking out here? It's just like an empty tuple. Yes, basically. It's a type with no information. So our actions here are instead going to be, let's say, key down, and what key down is. What are the details of our event? And we'll handle that in some way in the distant future. What are we complaining about? This is what we're complaining about. What we do need is, let's just remove this for now. Let's get back to where we have an actual render function. And then our actual render function is going to be, okay, this is just always going to be a unit, right? And we'll pop this in here. And the indentation in this Emacs mode is a little different than what I'm used to, but we'll see, I guess. It doesn't matter too much. Okay, so we need to import that. We need to, is there actually a select none? No, we need a select eq. We actually just don't need to connect at all. That's what we want. Don't care about the global state. This is, we want keyboard event. I want to import keyboard event. We don't care about that. Don't need that constraint. We need that. All right, what's going on here? Oh, we need this mouse from initial inputs to unit. Cool. Now we just have our hole here. So what are we going to do here? So this is effectful, right? We can do shenanigans here. We can do kind of whatever we want. Let's start just by saying, can we show that? Is that showable? Oh, we need to lift effect probably. It's not showable. That's a little irritating. Well, that means we need to look at the documentation for keyboard event. So over on another magical journey to the web browser. Wow, that explodes the encoder for the video whenever I do that. That's a little bit exciting. Let's see. Either way, pure script keyboard event. Let's just see if we can print this web.ui event. Let's see if we can just print the key, maybe. Oh, that looks promising. We can just get a string back. Very good. Key, KE. We don't really want, well, let's just bring in the scope for now. We don't need to show. Okay, so now we should, if this is, well, we need an actual listener for the event, obviously. We're going to say what? We're going to say html.events.on key down ke key down ke. I think that's what we want to do. Does this build? Let's make sure it actually builds. Go build. I like that the build tool is called Spago, and I think it's just based on like spaghetti. Oh, we need to add a dependency. But it shouldn't matter. We got a bunch of warnings. I think the warnings are mostly due to we have a bunch of extra imports that we don't need because we add the imports automatically when we autocomplete, or just add them very zealously with the editor. Doesn't matter. Things to fix later. Cool. I think this should auto refresh. So if we look at the dev tools, we're printing the cells. If we click this, we press any key. We're not getting keyboard events. Why is that? If we look at the div has an event on it. The div has a keydown event. Okay. That seems promising. So that makes me think that we probably need to attach the event somewhere globally, right? Which brings us back to our original query of how the fuck do we get keydown on div JavaScript. I bet you, yeah, right, the thing we, let's keep looking. JavaScript keydown on page. Capture key press without pasting an input element on page. 2 Oh, there's just, you can just attach it to document. Okay. Now we need to find halogen event on document and see if there's a way to do that nicely. Well, we will see. Well, I guess maybe that example we were looking at is a good one. What was that? So what was that doing? That was, okay, it was getting the document with web.window into web.document, sure. And it is h.subscribe event. Okay, so we're kind of manually setting up a halogen event listener. I don't really, we'll understand how this works eventually, but I don't really care to now, right? I would like to just understand how to generate an action from incoming event, right? We're not trying to do anything super fancy. We really just want to get the bare minimum in place. So let's do that. Okay. And we need this init thing because we need to have some state when we're setting up. And the way that works is there's a, how does that work? There's this initialize thing that says just init. Cool. Let's go. This is sort of frustratingly verbose. I'm kind of becoming inclined to just say bag it with the fancy reactive pure script stuff, right? Because this is already like the main reactive framework I've used a lot is HyperApp in TypeScript, which I mean I haven't used it a ton, but like I've written some small little projects with it, and I think like the verbosity here is definitely a pain point, right? Like you're getting some benefit in type safety, but like I don't know. I am not a, after probably the better part of a decade writing mostly Haskell and Haskell likes, I'm not super drunk on the Kool-Aid anymore. I don't know. Well, a conversation for another time maybe. But for now, let's focus on rather than complaining about a verbosity, we're just gonna fucking deal with it. So this is init. Is it called init? Better be called init. It's called initialize. Equals just init. Now our handler. Oh, this isn't even the right thing. We're fucking everything up here. We're causing all sorts of problems. We're going over here. Equals init. Init does nothing for now. And when we start the show, make sure to fire off an init. Okay, well, now we can do something when we start, right? And the thing that we're going to do is, I think like this example does, we're going to grab the document, We need to attach a listener to it. Okay, let's... I think we can do a cool thing. If we say just this and we import it, it's gonna... as web. It's gonna import web.html as that. It's smart enough where if you use a qualified name, it will import the thing, the module containing the name with that qualification, which is kind of nifty. What is the type of this? I would normally show types automatically, like just have them pop up in the down here bottom of the screen as I move my cursor around. But I found that it taxes the CPU a little too much, right? So whenever I get the type, it causes me to flicker a little bit, which would be a bit much, I think, if I was constantly moving around my cursor, and yeah, a little too much CPU load. So we're gonna pass on that for now. But yeah, it's just an effect window. Okay. And then web.document. Know nothing about the type of web.document. Oh, that means it's probably overloaded. There's probably multiple things. Yeah, that's what it is. Web.html window document. Okay, this now this thing's type is, yeah, that's what we would expect. There we go. Or we have some. I set up my. It's frustrating. Rebroken. Can we do quick eek hide? Nope. I'm just gonna close and yes, webdev kamiyoshi. Reopen. Cool. We have a document. Let's say blah here. Don't complain at me. Yes. Okay. Now that we have the document, we can do shenanigans with it. We can hopefully subscribe to this event, and we can do it in the halogen approved way. So if we say h.subscribe, what is subscribe's type? Well, it takes an emitter and gives you back a subscription IDE in this monad. What does subscribe prime do? Maybe that's okay. That takes, okay, that gives you the kind of a more of a continuation passing style kind of thing, right? Cool. We're gonna do that. We have an SID. We'll just move that one indentation level in. What is that complaining about? What on earth? You're complaining that I think this error message is not correctly placed. But oh yeah, that should be here, right? It's expecting this thing to return an emitter. Yeah. But that's what you get when you use languages that are not mainstream, but so it goes. We're having fun. Okay, so we're using event listener. That is from halogen.query.event. Let's find the pursuit docs for that. Just so we have some idea that we're doing. We're not just blindly. Okay, construction emitter for a DOM event. That seems like what we want. I don't know what an emitter is, but that seems fine. Let's see what an emitter is. A collection of discrete occurrences of an event. So it's a stream of events. You can subscribe to it. That seems like what we want. So given an event, we can say subscribe to the event with a handler. And it gives us a subscription back. And then we can use the subscription to unsubscribe. That seems good. Sure. I wonder if there's some integration with the other shenanigans, but I'm sure we'll see. I mean, we're already subscribing, right? And so the emitter we're going to subscribe to is, let's see, let's call this h dot import it. Boom. We want, man, that's going to get really irritating if we keep. our error message pop-ups keep fucking up. We might have to go on a side quest to figure out what's going on there, which will be a whole lot of fun. Okay, what type are you? You want event type? Sure. You want event target? It's gonna. I assume that's gonna be okay. Ty. I assume this is gonna be document or some derivation of document. And then we want to call back E. Presumably just blah. And you give back an emitter. Sure. Yes, we're going to say HTML document.to event target document. What is HTML document? What is that module? Web.html.html document. Sure. I think we're just going to not qualify that because we live dangerously around here at the LLLL Colonq channel. Wow, there's a lot of those. Jeez. Okay. Let's hop back here. What is that just, is it, it's HTML document, yeah. There we go. There's too many nouns. Someone needs to get rid of the nouns when people speak. Okay, cool. So we have an event type. Presumably that is web.uievent.keyboardevent.eventtypes.keydown. Sure. That seems good. We're going to use their same name. I think this is an example from the I think Thomas Honeyman is the author (?) of Halogen. I mean, he certainly has his fingers in the associated pots, to pardon my pun. So thanks to him for all of this. Let's see. What do we want? Yeah, just key down. It's the thing. This is just blah. And then, okay. Yeah, import the thing. Okay, then we're expected to return anything. Wow. Oh yeah, and then that's gonna be what we subscribe to. That's kind of cool. They're giving back, is handle key an action? Yeah, so we just give back actions, I guess. That's neato, I guess. I wonder how this thing works. That's cool. I guess we also, the reason they're using this continuation passing style, sort of like, not continuation style subscribe, is because the SID here gets plopped into the action, right? So I think the setup here is you type while you're like pressing some characters, and then you press enter, which also removes the event listener, right? So you need the SID in order to unsubscribe. But I don't think we care. I think we are permanently subscribed to keydown, and I think we want to hear every keydown, and we can ignore them at our convenience. So we're gonna do that. We get the fancy. We don't need the apply before the do. I think Haskell has that now too, but I haven't used it much. Oh yeah, sure. Oh, is there like a void function? Can we say void? I don't know where we want this from. Let's say from bind, because I know where. That seems good. Void just bins whatever you give it, right? So you give it an FA and it gives you back an F unit, right? So it just says, okay, perform the action, but ignore the result. I keep adding these little expository blurbs, but I don't know if they're actually contributing to the fluidity of the whole experience. But I don't know. It's fun to talk about. Okay, so we have to decide what the subscriber. I don't know the mechanics of this, right? Like, how does this? Well, I guess we're all just in this halogen M monad, right? So there's some kind of ambient subscription context that's happening here within the context of the component. That seems like it makes sense, maybe. Sure, we'll buy it. Oh yes, because it expects an emitter action, right? Where action is a type parameter of the halogen M that comes from the component, right? So yes, this makes sense. So if we just say, okay, this is a key down. Well, we have E. We need a keyboard event. We just say from event E. Oh, it's already a maybe. Well, we want key down. Blah. There we go. That's kind of cool. Well, now we have the listener on the document. That seems fine. We'll delete this one. Let's try it out. Let's refresh. I don't think I need to refresh. I think there's one of those fancy schmancy auto. Oh, cool! It even saw me pressing Control-Shift-K to open the DevTools. So that sort of spoils the surprise a little bit, right? It's unfortunate. Well, let's see. Pressing I. Pressing a bunch of VI keys. Cool. Easy. Easy. To make sure this doesn't accidentally keylog me when I'm typing a password or something, but we'll stop printing things soon enough. We'll do things much more interesting. Cool. Let's think. So what do we need to do now? I think one of the things we need to do now is actually, instead of just logging this thing here, let's actually update the state. I think we can update the state. I have a little test component here that I can yoink. This update store thing that kind of does what you'd expect. And our state, where's our state? Our state has this player with an X and Y. Let's compute from the keyboard event. Well, let's say case key KE of arrow up. Or let's call this tuple dx dy. Let's just do that. Well, what do we want to do? How do we handle? Well, I think this is fine. Let's just say m offsets equals there. Arrow up is just tuple 0, -1, right? X is going 0, Y is going 1 unit up. We're thinking in kind of the I don't know what the quadrant name is, the fourth quadrant maybe, for I don't know, the one so the origin point is at the top left, right? Which I find sort of natural when thinking about displaying things on a screen, because you kind of think about, or at least I think about, reading text on the screen from the top left down. So our origin is top left. So the most negative values are in the top left, the most positive values are in the bottom right. So we're going to say next, let's just order them like this, because we like having, we can extend that analogy even further. We do X's first and then Y's. And then we do arrow right, arrow down. Which is always, using this coordinate system, that's always something that, or I guess it doesn't bug me, right? So this coordinate system sort of aligns nicely with like the order. If you're saying cardinal directions, right? If you say north, south, east, west, right? It kind of is a natural order, or no, it's an inverse order. Sorry, right? This is the one where it's irritating, right? So if you say north, south, east, west, right? North is kind of like, you interpret that as -1, right? South is 1, right? And then east is +1, and west is -1 again, right? So I often, like, if you're just like writing things quickly and you're writing, okay, north, south, east, west, it's sort of like not the right order if you're mapping these onto numbers, right? You want to swap the west and the east. It's a cool tip, a cool gamer tip. It's fun for everyone. Okay, we have offsets. If it's anything else, it's nothing. And we're in a case again. We can probably do some fancy little eliminator on maybe, but we like to make things happen and not look up type signatures in the documentation. That's going to load incredibly slowly. So we're just going to go. Just tuple dx dy. Then we do some update shenanigans. Otherwise, we do exactly nothing. Why did we just... who knows? Cool. So now we have an X and a Y offset if an arrow key was pressed. So we're going to update our state. So we're going to say player equals X is st.player.x plus dx. Oh, let's make our indentation a little less scuffed. Let's descuffify to some degree. Oh, let's do that too. I like having the things are all fucked up now. I like having this leading brace style, right, and kind of delimiting lists using the commas when I'm writing Haskell and Haskell likes. All right, y is st.player.y plus dy. Cool. That's a colon. Sure. So maybe we can move around then. Let's see if we can move around. Okay. Promising. Let's make the DevTools not. Let's leave them open, but not occupy 100% of the screen. Well, that looks promising, but it seems like there's something very fucked up happening. Oh, there's just a fuck ton of lag. Why is that? Why is there a fuck ton of lag? I didn't think we were in the realm of that slow just yet. I don't think this thing is... maybe my keyboard just has a lot of latency. No, it's just very slow. Even if I hold the key, right? If you hold a key, you're like, it'll generate a lot of repeat events with the default settings of the way DOM event handling works, I think. Even holding the key down, which should generate it like multiple times per second, it's pretty slow. Well, I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Let's zoom out. Let's scroll here a little bit. All right, so you can sort of see the rooms that are generated in our little dungeon generator. Some of them are touching each other even, because we're not being very careful about our off by one errors, or I guess maybe that's a feature, not a bug. I wonder why this is so slow, right? I would sort of hope that maybe we're just like expecting too much of halogen, right? Like we're rendering like 200 of these cells, right? Like, so that might be a bit much. Maybe it's time to move to canvas land. And I guess the way we could do it is we can probably replicate like sort of the layout that I want in the end, right? Is I want the whole dungeon, like the dungeon to be displayed on the whole screen, right? So the whole screen is like, bam, like you see your character, you see the wall tiles, right? You see the game, and then with some pop-ups, right? Or like some, like a sidebar on top, like a a navigation bar, things like this, that a HUD, if you will. And that HUD will describe things that are like, I don't know, your health, your inventory, things like this. So I guess we could have a full screen canvas. Similarly to how we have this like position absolute like grid of divs that's like at z index 1 less than everything else. But I don't know. I'm sort of hesitant to just like give up immediately and just say bag halogen and go for something else, but I don't know. It's in my nature to I don't know, go quickly and chuck things. So I sort of have the underlying feeling like, oh god, we're doing something horrible here. We're I mean, probably a better thing to do than having every cell be its own component. Like, I think the thing we're doing probably is we're probably stressing halogen's like update machinery, maybe, because we have like every cell is its own little component, right? Which would probably be like something kind of cool and easy to do in like a super lightweight framework, like, I don't know, hyper app that I'm used to, right? But I don't know the technicalities that are behind the way halogen does things, right? So maybe my like my faith is ill placed. So let's try something else before we give up entirely. We're gonna be a little intrepid and see how it goes, right? So let's see. Well, I guess first let's render just one cell. Let's render just the current cell, so the cell that's under the player's position. And that might give us a better idea of whether that's causing the performance issues. So let's, instead of saying render a whole bunch of bullshit, let's say cell slot 0, 0. I think that's what we want. You see me flickering. Every time I save, there's a bit of a I put on my thinking face for a second because my editor tooling automatically recompiles the pure script, and then the like parcel, which I'm using to build the JavaScript, detects the pure script, like this JavaScript source that was compiled from the pure script has changed. It triggers a recompile and a reload in the browser, and there's all kinds of nonsense. Okay, let's see how fast this goes. Oh, let's print out. We need to print out our coordinates too. We need to get a better idea. We need to paint a clearer picture. Okay, so after we update the store, we're also going to log show st.player. Does that have a show instance? No, we're not in the. Oh, we'll show. I guess just show the event, right? Or just like show anything. We need to, of course, lift effect into monad effect. Cool. Refresh this. Let's make some shit happen. Yeah, that's happening very quickly, like we would expect, like 10-ish times a second, right? You can see by the accumulating number of prints in our log. I love that browser consoles do this. It is super handy versus just trying to scroll back through some giant fucking mess. Okay, that was probably super loud. Oh no. Let's see if we add those cells back. Is that what's causing our misery? Find out soon. Now we have like, we've gone from 1 cell to like 200. Reload. Yeah, now we're moving at a glacial pace. If we remove just some of the cells, right? Like, let's change these range numbers, right? That are saying, okay, what range of offsets from the center to draw. Right? If we make this like 2, 2, make this 2, 2. This will be like 25 cells. Yeah, now we're going pretty swiftly again, right? But it's definitely the problem, right? We're pushing things beyond their natural limits, I would say. So let's think about that, right? Like, this is a very naive design, right? Let's do something a little better. Let's just well, all this really needs to do, right? This doesn't care about anything. All it needs to do is render, given dx and dy, render the cell at dx dy, right? So let's just make this a function that returns some HTML. That seems a little better. The HTML type is parameterized under something. For now, we're just gonna, we'll call that just player. That's fine. Or just pass in the state. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter one bit. Probably easier that way. Okay. Then, instead of all this horseshit, we will just, instead of uncurrying cell slot, we will uncurry cell st. Whoa. Let's see about that. Oh, we don't have an st. We need an st. There we go. You need to go. Could not match type. Well, we're gonna we'll give a type signature. Cell is st, or takes state, takes an int, and gives back a html.html. It takes that, something like this. We'll import state type. Why are we complaining? Let's build and see our error in a little more convenient format. Checking the type unit has, oh yeah, duh. It's because this, yeah. We're not subscribed to changes to the state on the map. Now we are. Okay, now we are thinking real hard. Well, maybe that works. We're still pretty quick here with just those cells. Let's reload. Oh, we didn't do the thing. Yeah. Reload. Do your magic. Okay, that seems a lot better. We've successfully fixed the fatal flaw in our design. Oh, and these are all just gray because when you go out of bounds, I think I have it set to just render walls. Something like that. Maybe? It doesn't look like it. That's kind of weird. We're seeing... Is this looping around? It's sort of fascinating. I wonder why that is. That is not what I would expect. Let's get a better picture. Yeah, that's very strange. Where is our... Very, very odd. let's maybe it can be clearer if we generate a very small dungeon that's visible within one screen. I don't know, let's see. Let's make these right. Let's just make it 1010. Okay. Cool. That's real funky. What's going on there? Whoa. There's something real weird happening here. What could that be? It's like everything is getting like offset by one y coordinate every. It's strange. What the fuck? These cells, the cell style at should. Okay, if we look at the dungeon.pers, where's cell at or cell style? When we say get cell, right? If we're out of range, we should just be yielding a cell wall. Oh, yeah, that's what's happening. This is just a one-dimensional array, right? And we're just multiplying by y and adding x, right? So if y is out of range or x is out of range, right, you're just going to shift onto the next row, right? So which causes this, right, like a big enough x. If x is greater than width, right, or I guess if x is less than 0 too, you don't. Yeah, that's what the weirdness is. So let's see. Let's just add a little guard here. X is greater than or equal to 0, and then x is less than t dot width, and then x is greater than equal to, or y is greater than equal to 0, and then y is less than t dot width or height. Cool. Yeah. Indent better, please. Thank you. Well, I give up. There we go. Wants the equals on the previous line. We need to import and. Where do you come from? There. You come from, sure. Otherwise, equals cell wall. Sure. That seems okay. Can you actually do like a, what is this called in Haskell? Pattern guards? Just see. Is that a thing? I'm not convinced that it's a thing. What's up? Is this, do you go? Well, we need to install. Well, maybe it is a thing. That's different. I'm glad, I guess. That makes that a little easier to read. Looking at. Seems to have broken my type checking for this file. Well, maybe not. Now we're getting an error that main.main is not a function. That seems like we run into some sort of fucked up race condition. Because I feel like it's not my fault if the the output.js, if the thing type checks that the output.js doesn't work. So let's kill parcel. Let's go build. Let's just try rerunning parcel. See if that helps us out a little bit. I wonder if you can hear that. My the laptop I'm using for this is I think on its last legs. I think if I'm going to continue, I'm going to have to make some upgrades, which I don't know, maybe is a fun thing to do together. Okay, it's still failing. Okay, we're gonna go for drastic measures. We have this output folder that has all the compiled pure script. We're gonna nuke it from orbit. Okay. This should build all of our dependencies again. Woo. Get ready for fun. We're being swept on the tides of the cyber ocean as we it's actually not that bad. Wow. Cool. I gotta think about I have to think about what I'm going to do next time we enter the Pokemon Emerald verse, and also I'd like to get some better stream stuff, right? There's cool things you can do in this format, right? Like my name, for example, right? The text behind my face just says L:Q over and over again, but that is fully customizable, my friend. So if you'd might consider building a little Twitch bot that has commands to change. I guess that's something you normally do for like channel points or whatever. But oh, foo. Okay, it succeeded. That's fine. I guess we try again. Really glitching out there. I also have to figure out the right encoding settings, right? Maybe the answer is just have more CPU to throw at it, but like I've been pretty dissatisfied so far by like getting good video of text, right? Like you want the text to be crispy, right? You want it to be every serif to be readable, right? And you don't want weird blurriness, right? You don't want some kind of interpolation thing that works nice for like a game in like full motion. It doesn't work nice for streaming a text editor at 10 FPS, but I don't know. Okay, it seems better. Okay, we just have this, yeah. Okay, that's what we would expect, right? We've successfully unfucked things. Good. Good. Yeah, so let's make a bigger dungeon again. See if we can draw it. Pop it back and forth. Okay, cool. We have some rooms. Yeah, some long rooms, some small rooms. The rooms aren't connected yet. We got a big, huge room. That's too big. This room is too big. Let's actually disallow things that connect on the borders. I think where's our generator? The thing that's allowing that is once we've partitioned our like the space of our dungeon with this tree, I'm just generating a random offset from the walls of the partition, and that's where the room is, right? So where's that offset? It's random at 0, 2. Let's make it random at 1, 2, right? So it's either 1 or 2 tiles away from the partition border at all sides, right? We could do something more exciting if we wanted to, right? We can just place it anywhere within the partition, but I don't want to do that right now. Let's for now, this is good. Reload, friend. Right, we should no longer have these giant rooms in every room. Well, speak of the devil, you immediately get some giant rooms. This looks really weird. This looks like two things are overlapping. Right, there's a room that goes right through the middle of this one, comes out. That's not what we want. One bit. I wonder what is causing that. I wonder if we're somehow generating partitions that are too small, and that is leading to problems, but I don't know. Who can tell? but us? I think the answer is us. Well, let's dig into it. What to do about that? I guess the thing we can do is maybe we label every partition with a different color, or we just attach some tag to it, right? And then we can view where the partitions are using some sort of visualization mechanism. I don't know. Let's Do you really want, like, reproducing this is going to be hard, right? Because I would like to reproduce it with a smaller map so we have a smaller tree to sift through. But maybe we just try and do that. I don't know. This guy's a very long boy. Jeez. I guess we should dig into it. So let's start looking. One thing to look for is just like, let's read over this and try and see if there are obvious sorts of bugs, right? So this generates the tree, right? And this could have bugs, right? Because I guess if the tree structure is there are leaves that have this random offset that determines the room size, because we kind of want I sort of wanted the like the translation from a tree into an actual dungeon to not involve any randomness, right? So all the information necessary to kind of build the dungeon is available in the tree, rather than just like a skeleton of it. But anyway, we have leaves of the tree which have the offset which determines the room size. We have horizontal and vertical splits which have a partition line, which is like for horizontal splits, like I'm using the term horizontal and vertically to describe the dividing line here rather than I guess the direction of the split, right? So if I split my windows like this, I would consider that a vertical split. I guess I'm calling that a horizontal split here, but who knows? It doesn't matter very much. So it has a partition line, which is kind of like the line on the y-axis that from the top of this region, right? And then the tree that represents the region above and below. Similarly, for the other kind of splits, we have the partition which is on the x-axis from the left, and the regions on the left and the right. So we can do that. I think we're doing a decent job. Generate dungeon tree takes a width and a height. When we generate the subtrees, right? So if we're generating this tree, which is split on a line drawn parallel to the x-axis, the width is always going to be the same. Sure, that makes sense. And the height for the part above is going to be equal to the value of the partition line, right? Because the topmost part of this region is 0, right? And you move down partition spaces, you cut. And the space below is going to be height minus partition, right? So total, you're encompassing all the space, right? Because the height of above plus the height of below is height minus partition plus partition equals height. That makes sense. Similarly for width, the other split direction. Okay, so I think this kind of thing is probably right. What I'm less confident about is this dungeon tree to terrain, which kind of folds over the tree and builds the array that represents the actual cells in the dungeon from the tree. So what's going on here? So what we do is we recurse over the tree. At each node, we have the coordinates of, like, these are absolute coordinates, right? Rather than like just indexed at 0 where based on the region, the absolute map coordinates of the top left of the region, represented by this node, and the bottom right. So this is kind of the bounding box of the region. And we have AC, which is the accumulator. This is the current array of cells, right? Array of, we'd say this is array of cell and other cell. Sure. So we can add the offset to the top and the left and the bottom and the right to actually determine like the coordinates of the actual cells we're going to write. And then this thing actually writes all of those indices to ground. So sure, that seems reasonable. What about this thing, right? Because like we're certainly drawing rectangles correctly, right? We've drawn a bunch of rectangles over here. I'm not super worried about that, right? Maybe the rectangle, even if the rectangles are off by 1, right? They're not like sure, right? That would be easy to tell, right? But it seems like there are like weird situations here, right? Like this would maybe be a plausible off by 1 error, but like something like, I don't know, this kind of nonsense. I don't buy it. Well, maybe I do. I guess this is 1. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe what we need to do is, if I just subtract 1 from these, does that do something that we're interested in? It certainly makes some long and skinny rooms. Do we have any of these weird compound rooms now? Well, I don't see any. Well, maybe that's it. That could very well be it. Neat. Well, we have a bunch of rooms now. I guess the thing to do next is to add corridors. Which I think should be fine, right? Oh, we still have, here we go. Still have some nonsense here. What is this? What is happening here? Oh, you know what it is? Well, maybe I don't know what it is. We have to think a little bit. We have to think, so naturally, I would sort of expect these, I guess I'm sort of expecting these coordinates, these left, top, and bottom right. I was originally treating them as inclusive, right? Maybe we need to continue with that convention, right? Where both the top left and the bottom right are actually included within the current region, right? In which case we never want to share those between regions, or we're going to get some overlap. So maybe let's continue with that assumption and just make sure we're running things correctly to like, right? So these subtractions by 1 are sort of in service to that, right? Because the actual, like, if you have a, excuse me, if you have a 100 by 100 map, we're index 0, right? We're indexing starting from 0. So the position 100 100 is actually outside, or 100x and x100 are both outside of the region. So we're subtracting by 1 to get 99 99, which is the maximum thing actually included within the region. So let's make sure that that also holds on our recursive calls here. Let's think about that, right? So we have this partition line. Oh yeah, that definitely doesn't hold, right? We need to add 1 here. We need to add 1 here, because otherwise we're like, no, we don't. That's the other one, other way around. Here and here, because without that +1, right? The left side of the this side is the same as, or the right side of this, of the left side is the same as the left side of the right side, right? We need some space created. Cool. Let's try again. Probably need a max room size too. Oh, gross. Gross, gross, gross. We have more blobs. What is with this blob? What is your origin? What is your purpose? You have a strange and irregular shape. I dislike you. So, well, we have to think more. Well, either way, the problem that we fixed was definitely a problem. We just have to find the other problems now. What could the other problems be? So. Well, maybe let's also make this, rather than +1, let's make this -1. That seems more in line with our convention of subtracting 1 from the width and height, right? And given the nature of partition as being like a kind of a width-like thing, I think that splits things more evenly, right? Rather than unbalancing them. Okay. We know range here is what actually determines the size of the rooms, and range is inclusive, right? Which aligns with our convention. Let's keep thinking. We're racking our little noggin here. Our cyber noggin. What could it be? So maybe every room we draw. Well, this is pure, which is obnoxious, but would be nice to know. Oh, well, I don't think we're going to end up out of range again, right? Because this is the same thing we were seeing earlier with our lack of width and height bounds checks on cell at, right? We're doing the same math here. We're also not checking, but like sort of in spirit, we would assume that none of these coordinates ever fall outside of room top, room bottom, room left, room right, which all correspond to, which all should always be bounded by 0 and width and height. I mean, maybe that does not always hold, so we could have a bit of a problem there. Let's keep thinking, I guess. So, things that could be happening, right, is we could be actually updating the wrong positions with floor values. We could be, so that we're like overwriting one room with another room, even if our partitions are correct. Or we could be generating our tree incorrectly, right? So there's some fuckery afoot. I think that's unlikely. The tree is pretty simple, right? Or we could be deriving the wrong coordinates for the partitions from the tree, such that the partitions overlap, right? I think that last one is the most likely, but we've been staring at that for a while, and I'm not sure that it's the case. Or maybe something entirely different is happening. Maybe there's some weird thing like what was happening before with our get cell style at, or like when things are out of. Well, let's start with smaller dungeons, right? We need to look at something smaller so we can get a better picture of what is going on. That's going to be necessary. Here's a real small dungeon. Do we have any issues? No. Let's reload. Generate a new one. Do we have any issues? No. Real small dungeon. Like, this certainly isn't common, right? There's some sort of rare edge case that's occurring. I wonder what it is. Seems fine. It's fine. Seems totally fine. Seems fine. Now we got some here. This big boy's got some problems. Got some problems for sure. Okay, so what is going on here? We probably should have printed out the tree, right? But maybe let's. This is not super useful to visualize. Maybe let's copy this. Well, let's copy one message. Get everything. Yeah. Let's say dungeon.txt. Right. I want to split this. We need to remove all the commas. Evil X. Remove all the commas. We're going to split this. No, you need to split it like so. Yeah. So every 20 characters, we're just going to split the thing to see what it looks like. It'll probably be some kind of upside down or no? No, it looks right. Yeah, so that's what our dungeon looks like, right? Which is not correct. It's not an issue with, it's not some weird rendering thing, right? Our actual dungeon array is weird and fucked up. Weird and fucked up, I proclaim. Does it have something to do with the fact that it's bordering the edge? Oh, yeah. Let's think about that for a second, right? This thing is... It's touching the edges as well, right? The edges of the like width and height globally, right? So that could lead to the same sort of weird out of bounds thing that we are oh so familiar with. So maybe that's it. Maybe that's a start. Maybe that's a lead. We can think about that. Think on that for a bit. But so how would that occur? How would we get? We're going for junction.pers. How are we escaping bound of width and height? Right. So width -1 and height -1 are passed in as right and bottom. What can change right and bottom? Well, right can become past the same thing, or we can pass top plus d dot partition minus 1. So, aha. One issue, I guess, is if partition is generated incorrectly, that is, if partition is greater than the width of the thing, right, then there's a problem. So maybe we need to go back to our original dungeon tree generation and think about that. Because we should be, when we generate partition, it should be generating a random int between room dim min and width minus room dim min. I wonder. And this only happens if width is greater than room dim min times 2. So we know that you can always subtract room dim min from width and have at least room dim min left, right? So this should never be less than this. I hope. Oh, no, that's fine. I was thinking maybe that we had we were using like a recursive helper function, that we were using like the global width and height rather than the node specific width and height. But this is the recursive function. Well, let's start printing our trees. That seems like a good first step. Let's go back to main.pers. And we will log show the tree. Show the tree. Let's see. We'll go fishing again. We'll find another weird one. Any luck? Nope. 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 It should always, I mean, our hypothesis is that it will always border the edge if this bug is being triggered. So I have an easy thing to look for. Just run for the edges. Nope. There we go. Here's our weird ass dungeon. Let's look. Don't zoom. What is going on here? Let's just copy our message. Call this tree.txt. Okay. So what do we have here? The root is a horizontal split. Now how are we gonna draw this? This is gonna be a little funky. Let's just draw ASCII art, I guess. We have a horizontal split on the whole thing. This is 20 by 20, I guess. So, what's the best way to do this? Let's draw 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's draw 20. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, there we go. We have a 20 by 20 grid. We'll use this to label our stuff. So we have this D horizontal, right? Above it is a D vertical thing, right? Whatever. Below it is this. And the partition is at 10, right in the middle. Very convenient. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll eyeball it. We don't need to be super precise, I think. If we do, we're going to be SOL. Okay. We'll call this 0. Or that's the root partition. Maybe let's put it in the middle here somewhere. We'll leave it. That's fine. Above it is a D tree vertical. Something to the left. Partition at 5. And to the right. Something to the right. Something to the left. Partition at 8. Something to the right. Sure. This seems fine. Okay, so below, this should all be one region. I'm going to change this to A. It's all one region. That's fine. Above it, this is split a few ways, right? So the first split is at 5, right? So let's call this all B so far. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Everything over here is C. Then we have another vertical split, right? At 8. Oh, you know what's really weird? These are still offset 0. That's a funky thing, right? I mean, so this could make sense, right? Where's our we're gonna go zoom out again. Or zoom out. This could make sense, right? Like if the offsets are 0, that just means there's no border between the regions, right? Which looks like that's what's happening. But the question is, why do we have offset 0? Because we should be getting, where are we going? Dungeon, the offset, oh, why is it, oh, there is the danger of, this is why you, I don't know, dry or don't repeat yourself or whatever is a thing. Because we duplicated even a small amount of code and we forgot to change something in 2 places and totally fucked ourselves for the better part of half an hour, but it's fine. Let's zoom around a few more maps and see if we run into any tomfoolery. Nope. Why are we hopping all around? Nope. Looks promising so far. Let's do a few more, and let's go back to our bigger map. See what we can see. There's small rooms sometimes, but I think these will be fine because they're kind of just like bait for more interesting shaped corridors. So like, sure, that's okay. I think they'll be fun to have. Neato. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Let's go back to main.pers. Let's make big dungeon. That's what I like. Yeah. A real beefcake of a dungeon. We have a bunch of rooms. The rooms are mean, the fact that we're just using the same, like just this offset system rather than actually picking a random room within the subregion does make them kind of a little uniform if you see from this bird's eye view. But I think actually playing them, it'll be fine, right? Especially with random corridor placements, I don't think it'll feel too noticeable. And again, we're focusing more on like the look here, I think. We definitely want to max size though, right? Like that seems pretty critical. We should probably just keep, well, I guess the max size, there is a max size currently. Like we keep subdividing until we hit things that are of size. Oh, well, I guess we enforce a max size along at least one dimension. We don't enforce it along both dimensions. So I think we just need to, in our code that randomly picks whether we split horizontally or vertically, we need to tweak that a little bit to make sure that we're we keep splitting, but we only split on a dimension that where we have enough room. So that's something to do. That's pretty easy. Let's do that right now. Let's see. That's here. So we just need to merge some conditions, I guess. So and yeah. That seems fine. And that gets rid of our code duplication that was so irritating. Otherwise, do this nonsense. If, and we need a new case, r is less than 1/2, and the other condition holds, all right, that looks like maybe some progress to me. Well, nope, not at all. Not even a little bit. We still have some very long rooms. Okay, why is that? What is going on there? Oh, this is the wrong thing entirely, right? Like, this is not an and, right? Like, we want to, if this is true and this is false, right? We don't want to do nothing, which is what will happen with our current condition scheme. We want to do this, right? Okay. So what do we actually check? I think we just check this. Well, let's make some helpers. Where is equals to all this. Vert equals to all of this. And our checks are going to be horiz, vert. We'll do the other way around, right? So if this is less than, let me vert. No, not what we want. Oh, that is what we want. So if this is, so if one of them, if we can't split, no, because we want to check the other one. Let's think of, I just want a clean way to write this. Because the logic that we want is, well, I guess we can just write it all out explicitly, right? if we're big enough on both axes, then we say if r is greater than or equal to 0.5, then or is else. Easy enough. Otherwise, this is true. Then or is. Otherwise, if this is true, then we vert. Is there a nicer way to write this? That is, I think there probably is. We're going to be satisfied with it for now, because it's not worth thinking about. It seems like our rooms are a lot nicer now, in the sense that they're always going to be between, I guess the minimum size is 1 due to our offset system, and the maximum size is 2 times the width of 2 times our max room width minus 1, which is, I guess, 8, or minus 2, so 8. I think that roughly matches. Yeah, there's a size, there's an 8x7 room, which is close to the maximum. That's fine, right? Like when we're zoomed in normally, right? Like that's like a big room looks very big, or reasonably big. Takes up almost the whole screen. So, and we can of course tweak the room size. I think that's so cool. So now the next thing to do is corridors. Let's get some corridors going. That is going to be in dungeon tree to terrain. So what we want to do is, after we have generated our new array of cells, we want to also add a connection between the rooms we have just built. What is the best way to do that? So one way to do it is we could well, I just want to avoid like duplicating all of this stuff, right? I mean, it doesn't really matter, but it's just like boilerplatey. Is really what we want to do is we want to pick a point. We have these ranges, right? These bounding boxes for both rooms, right? We know the rooms are directly next to each other, right? We know that below and above are directly next to each other, and that they're separated by this partition line. All we want to do is we want to pick a point on the walls of both rooms that like there's overlap, where we can draw a straight line between them, right? Which is not always true in general if we're just arbitrarily placing rooms, but it is always. Oh wait, I mean here, the exact center of each you know what? I'm gonna go get some water. I will be back shortly, and I'm going to mull this over and see where we get. Maybe we'll have something a little more coherent to say. Let's I'll see you soon. Let's see, what can we do here? Pop that over. There we go. Nice blue. Be right back. So I'll be right back. All right, we are back. And the cyber war continues. So I think where we left off is we had the beginnings of a eureka moment when we realized that the lazy way that we're using to place rooms within dungeon partitions allows us to just connect the centers of each partition to draw corridors. So I think that is precisely what we will do. Cool. So let's think. So let's make this, let's call this new because we're lazy. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit, but that's fine. Sure. So what we want is we want to draw a line between the center of the below partition and the above partition. So the center naturally is just going to be halfway between these. I wonder if, well, let's see. We could just return that from Go itself in addition to, but I mean, it's fine. Let's, I think what we'll do is just compute that. No, I mean, let's just return it. That's easy enough. So let's say this returns a tuple of array of cells and also tuple int. It is the center. In this case, that is pretty easy. Or in all of these cases, it's going to be pretty easy because we're just going to return tuple of right minus left and bottom minus top. Similarly here. Turn that, and then exactly this. Just to avoid, well, no, we're gonna, I'm being lazy and I'm noticing that the consequences of my laziness are things being shittier than I would like them to be. So that's fine. Let's call this below top. We also have above bottom. Above bottom is this. Oh. This is below top. Sure. We'll make it even easier. We'll just say this is below top -1. Cool. Similarly, here we will say that right left, these names work out a little less nicely. Right left equals this. Right left. There we go. And very nicely named left right equals right left. This one. Left right. There. Good. Of course, this is all assigned to new. In R. So foo then. So what we now need to do is take new and add points such that, so it's going to look something like this. something a whole lot like this. And our positions that we need to add are going to be from the center of the below partition to the center of the above. Well, from the other way around, but you get the gist, right? And we can compute that using, well, I guess we don't really, well, what we need to know then is the x coordinate here is going to be constant, right? So this is going to, like, positions might be something like, let's say, well, we don't even need to map over xy, we just need the y coordinate. And the x coordinate is always going to be right minus left divided by 2. It's liberally parenthesized. And then the y coordinates are going to be the range from well, I guess we can just do it relative to the partition, right? The bottom value is below top minus g dot partition divided by 2. Let's space this out a little more. The upper bound is oh no, we don't want this. Above bottom. Below top plus dot partition by 2. Probably an off by 1 error, but we should see it fairly quickly because we have size 1 rooms, right? So we can. Sure. And then similarly down here, we want something very much like this, except we're passing in the x values here, right? So the addition goes here, and this is now instead bottom minus top, and this is then left right, right left. Well, maybe that gives us something interesting. Recursive functions always feel like such magic, which is why I like writing them. Because you feel like you've done half the work, and suddenly you have the whole answer. Let's do this. Well, I can already observe what looks like an off by 1 error. Wow, that's looking real crunchy over there. There we go. What is going on? That. Yeah, we got some nonsense happening, certainly. But could be worse. Certainly connected, mostly. Except for that little guy. And all of these guys. So we have some kinks to work out, for sure. I just closed the whole window, so we're gonna have to reopen. There. There we go. Okay. Back to staring at this. What is our problem? What's going on here? So let's maybe focus. I think it would be easy, or let's make these water cells so that we should draw in blue so that we know kind of we have a better idea of what is corridor and what is room. Well, that's not good. Looks like we have a whole lot of corridor, not very much room at all. And I'm not too sure what to make of that. Maybe we're using the wrong coordinate system somewhere, like... Huh. Let's think. What could this be? So my first like inclination would be to think that we're using something that is like a region relative coordinate when we need to be using an absolute coordinate, right? We're looking like the coordinates we need to use for indices are in terms of the map at large, right? So if we're using something like, I mean, if we were just using partition, for example, that would be a problem, right? Because partition is relative to the current node in the tree, right? Like there could be many partitions of like value 4, and all that means is that the current region is split 4 units in, right? Versus anything related to the absolute index 4. But I don't think that's the case here. It's very interesting. Maybe I just need to... Okay, let's again, maps are too large, right? So what the thing I am noticing is we have like the thing that makes me think that, right, is that there's such a density of lines kind of in the top left corner, right? Which makes me think like they're closer to 0, 0 absolute coordinates, right? As we get farther from 0, 0, the corridors become less dense, right? Which makes me think that there's something wonky with the coordinate system at play, right? To make this more apparent, let's observe what happens if we shift to a smaller map size. If we shift to, like, say, 2020 again. And we might expect those to get less dense. Yeah, well, they certainly have. I wonder what this business is all about. I'm starting to get a little bit curious. Well, let's think. So let's go back over here. Let's go back to dungeon.purescript. Let's go back to, let's start only drawing corridors in the horizontal split case, right? So all of our lines should be vertical now, right? Which should hopefully teach us something, right? Well, one thing we've learned, right? I assume that right around here, this line, I assume there's a should be a floor tile there, right? Because we're drawing, we always draw lines from the centers of regions, right? And they're all the center of a region always is at least a a floor. There's no dispensation to have an empty region. I think that's likely. What is our... Look at our dev tools. We should have the tree itself, right? Tree is a vertical split. Left side is a horizontal split. That makes sense. It's a leaf. Below it is a horizontal split. So another thing to notice is I think there are probably many of these lines being drawn over each other, right? These vertical lines, because there really should be one vertical line for every D tree horizontal in our tree, right? Because we're adding one every time. So I think they're just getting drawn in the same spots. Why would that be? Why? Well, I mean, well, that makes sense to some degree, right? Because, well, does it? Very interesting. Maybe what we do is we start drawing lines. Let's try drawing lines throughout the entire, what we would expect to draw lines throughout the entire region, right? So rather than subtracting partition minus 2, doing this whole thing, right? We just say we draw a range from top to bottom, right? They should maybe visualize our... Why is this being so... yuck. Yuck. Does that compile? Maybe it does. This still doesn't look too right. Seems like our x coordinate is off. Doing right minus left divided by 2. Why is that not correct? Oh, duh. This is, so our hunch about this being an incorrect coordinate system is correct, I think, right? Because right minus left, right, that gives you the width of the thing. This right minus left minus divided by 2 is half of the width, right? It's not actually an absolute coordinate, right? It's just the size, right? So what we need after this is we need left plus. And really what this comes down to is there a way to simplify this? This ends up being right, left plus right divided by 2 minus left divided by 2. So it's left divided by 2 plus right divided by 2. Oh, I mean, we just average right, yeah. So, I think, right? Yeah. We were just being a little silly. That's okay. That's how it goes sometimes. That is certainly how it goes. If we bring this back, now we should just be drawing from the middle. Or maybe off by 1. But that's okay. Again, we don't need to be too careful, right? As long as these things like are broadly correct, right? And give us navigable dungeons that have not incredibly terrible problems. We're gonna be okay. They're still overshooting a bit. They're definitely, oh yep, it's overshooting by 2. This should be, we need a -1 here, and it's inclusive, which is messing up my mental math. Overshooting by 3 actually. Wow. Oh, that's fine. This is fine. That looks like a dungeon to me. So let's generate a big one again. See what we get. Is everything all connected nicely? Are there weird overhangs or underhangs or... some dead ends. There's some trickery happening. But I think by and large... oh no, there's still some weirdness. But maybe that's just due to the density of this area? Maybe. I don't really know, frankly. But what I do know is that things appear to be connected. Which is really what we care about for now. If there's some what's a good word? Cruft at the edges. Things are offset by one tile here or there. I don't think we care. Oh well, we care about that. We care about this little guy being disconnected. That's something to care about. Maybe this should just be -1. Let's call it -1 and be square. It's fine. Sure. That's weird though. Don't like that. Maybe the thing we decide on is that we would rather have overshoots than have things not be connected. Let's actually say this is +1. Well, I guess we can affect that by just saying this is also below top. Neato. So now I think this is probably what we want. There's still like a little bit of weirdness. I don't know why there are so many parallel corridors, but these are problems for a later date, right? Like we could slap some textures on this and get something that feels pretty good. And I think that is exactly what we shall do. So let's shift our gears a little bit and start looking at that. So I think the way we're going to do this is do we have, where is it, the Spriters resource? We're going to download this sheet. We're going to use this buried relic sheet. Have you downloaded? I think he's downloaded. Nope. We're going to call it relic.png. Cool. And we're gonna pop open ASprite. Pop open relic.png. We're gonna go to town. So I think these are 16 by 16 tiles. That seems reasonable, right? Like if we look at these fellas. Oh, they're 24 by 24 tiles. I mean, I guess that's fine too. Sure. I don't really want to painstakingly crop these by hand because I'm using a very terrible trackpad. So I think the thing we're going to do is we're going to use ASprite to locate, and we're going to use ImageMagick to extract. Let's see. We're going to figure out how to do that. We shall see. The basic crop operator. Can you do this with... Let's see. We're just going to do some Googling. We're going to have a little fun time here. Just poking around. Let's see what super user has to say. Okay, that looks like what we want. So what we want to do is we want to say convert relic.png. Crop, it's going to be 24 by 24. Then we have an offset. Presumably these are an X offset and then a Y offset. And then what the tile's called. Seems good to me. I think the naming scheme I'm going to use for these is going to be wall and then a description of what tiles are surrounding the wall. So like we can use, I don't know, maybe 1 and 0 is something, but like we can use W and F for wall and floor, right? This is, what's our offset here? This is pixel 84,163 plus 163. Let's just call that out.png. Why do I not have ImageMagick installed? Nix shell mix packages ImageMagick, please. Well, while we wait, I guess I'll say random words for a while. We can babble on. Like I don't know, man. It's been a long day. It's been a long couple of decades. That's how it be sometimes, though. We're really churning away there to get ImageMagick installed. I could have sworn I had it, but oh well, such is life. I really dislike how I keep popping into blurry mode in my encoding. What if we can we ask OBS nicely to use a more CPU intensive preset? Does that work? Well, maybe that'll work. We're going to be brave and hope that our 10 FPS makes up for any failings. Okay, cool. We have out.png here. Does out.png look like we expect? Well, maybe we need to open it in ASprite. Open out.png. That certainly looks like what we want to me. Bam. Very cool. So we're going to rename out.png to our new scheme, which is wall, and then we're going to go row by row. There's going to be 8 values, whether there is a wall or floor in that position, right? So in this instance, we are floor, 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 nothing, wall. Now we're on the last row, floor, wall, wall. And that should match, there's 3 walls, it should match this thing, right? There's floor, 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 ourselves, wall, floor, wall, wall. This is just going to help keep things consistent for us. Good. And actually, I think all of these sprite sheets have the same layout. So we want to, if we want to use more Pokemon Mystery Dungeon tiles that were scraped by, who is this? This marvelous individual. This cool guy. Silver Deoxys 563. Then we should probably write a script that just grabs all of these coordinates. Let's actually do that right now. We'll call this grab tiles.sh. And we're going to grab some tiles. You had better believe. This, we grab this one. We call it this. Well, the next one is presumably still floor, floor, floor up there. Now we have wall, wall, wall on the bottom and wall, wall here, right? We have presumably 6 or 5 walls. Yeah, 5 walls. And its position should be the same y coordinate and the x coordinate plus 25, right? Because, just to double check, we have a 1 pixel border. Why am I not in color select mode for some reason? Joy. We should be at 84 plus 25. 109. Yep, that's what we would expect. So let's go back to grab tiles.sh. 109. This could be done in many nicer ways. We are choosing not to, because it doesn't matter that much. This now is the other way around. So it looks like this, maybe? Yeah, that looks promising. So we have floor, floor, floor. We have wall, floor. We have wall, wall, floor. Yep, makes sense. And this is going to be, again, plus 25. So this should be 134. So let's run our script. Oh, we need to... Cool. And if we look at well, maybe let's open them in a sprite. Open. We need to see the previews, right? These look like the tiles that we want. How neat. We're going to start just by grabbing these 9, I think, and using them to draw walls. That seems like fun. I don't want to waste too much time just like writing some tedious script when we could be doing something fun. Okay, we need to do this a bunch more times. This is going to be plus 25, right? So this is 188. And this is 188 plus 25, so that is 213. Very good. Now we just need to determine the... we know this one is all walls. We know these ones down here should just be... the top and bottom should be reversed, right? That seems reasonable. And these middle ones, right, should have a bunch of walls, right? So what are the the floor, wall, wall, floor, wall, floor, wall, wall. The last one should be wall, wall, floor, wall, floor, wall, wall, floor. Makes sense. Let's try and grab all those and make sure they look correct. Back to our secret weapon, the file picker. Sure. Looks good to me. Rad. Okay, so let's draw some images then. Yay. What do we have? We have main dot errors. Do we have some CSS happening here? Yeah, we do. We have cells. I know there is a CSS option to make images use upscale without doing some weird like bilinear thing. Yeah, image rendering pixelated seems like what we want for map cells. We want these to just be upscaled. Nearest neighbor, I think, is the term. But yeah, that seems right. Okay. So now what we need to do is, instead of in here, instead of just saying, okay, here's a background color, let's say background image. assets/wall www.png. Is that a thing you can do? God knows I don't know CSS. And we need to make sure we have our assets folder. And we need to move the assets. Sure. Nope. Out of luck. What does the inspector say? Let's poke around at one of these. Valid property value. Okay. How do we do? Oh yes, there's this URL thing. That makes sense if you like specify a gradient or something. Sure. Fine. Okay, complain at me again. You know what's happening now? We're not overriding background color. We don't want main.c from Pokemon Emerald. We want CSS, index.css. It's because this guy is setting the background color to black. I think. Well, maybe not. Maybe we have bigger fish to fry. Can we actually load this asset? No. That's what's causing the problem. Well, let's check again. And in DevTools, let's go to Network. Reload the page. We're fetching this. Well, we need to force no caching. Refresh with no caching. Yes. Okay. Very, very funny. So parcel is we're fetching the path assets/wall 8ws.png, and our dev server parcel is oh so helpfully sending back what it always sends back for any path, which is the HTML of our index.html. So that is not the right thing. So it's time for more Googling. Probably terms along the lines of parcel static assets. That seems reasonable. How do I include asset files with parcel.js? That is exactly what I want to know. Thank you, Ermish, for asking. I don't want to install a plugin. I don't want to write a parcel RC. I don't want to use Yarn. How frustrating. Perhaps the files need to be in the dist folder. That would make sense. Let's copy, well, where are we going? Going to, oh, blah, blah, blah. Are we running out of disk space? We're fine. We're sitting pretty. Where are we going? Going to here. And we are copying assets into dist. Sure. Well, that looks like it's tiling in a horrible way. CSS stretch background image. You want to stretch the thing. Background size. You just want MDN background size. Can we see the options? Cover and contain seem like percentage stretches in the corresponding dimension. I could just say, in that case, can we just say something like background size 100%, 100%? Looks better. Why are we so zoomed out? Oh, so we're zooming in the dev tools. Yeah, that looks fine. I dislike, we'll get rid of this border eventually. I have a pet peeve related to, I don't like, I don't know, mixels maybe is the term, right? Like we have like this pixel arty thing here, and then the border, it doesn't match the resolution at all, right? It's not aligned to the grid of pixels in any capacity, right? To some extent, because of the way we're doing this, like that's going to be, some of that is going to be unavoidable, which is fine, right? Like of course this mouse cursor, which I'm using this nes.css thing to get like kind of a cool retro cursor, like that's not going to match the grid of the pixels here, right? But we're gonna avoid it. Like, I mean, in order to get it really looking good, we'd have to just do everything in a canvas, right? And just like render like an image of the desired resolution on the canvas and upscale. But I think in the interest of getting things done quickly and like having a decent UI library in the browser, we are going to ignore it as much as possible. We will still make concessions to it. So things like this grid will have to change. And in fact, perhaps they will change right now. Cool. So, what do we do next? Maybe what we do next is, now that we know we can draw tiles, we can oh, excuse me, getting parched. We can grab the rest of our tiles from our sheet, and then we can change what tile we are drawing dependent on the other walls that are surrounding, right? Which will be very easy for us, right? All we do is read the 8 surrounding wall tiles from our terrain array, and then if the tile is a wall, we grab the character W. If it's a floor, we grab the character floor, or water, I guess. And then we just concatenate all those characters together, and then we put that in the file name, and then we load it. There, good, easy logic. And then hopefully this starts looking like we are scrolling on top of a map from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon rather than on top of some green rectangles with blue lines connecting them. So let's go back and do that. I guess let's build the logic first, with a fallback to just load this default tile if we can't find the corner, and then we'll get some stuff at least, but not all. I think that seems reasonable. Cool. Where are we going? Dungeon.purse. Yeah. So what we need to do then is we need to, yeah, so our string is going to be, do a big string concatenation. Here's our whole preamble. Here's the whole postamble. Here's the string that we care about. Oh, we need to import fold from foldable, sure. What this needs to be is it needs to be fold of if say t if get cell, or we'll call this I don't know, we'll pass in a tuple xy, or what are we calling this? AB. I don't like shadowing names. AB equals cell wall, then W else F. And we're going to map that over something. Tuple of x minus 1, y minus 1. Tuple of x, y minus 1. Of x plus 1. And we have x minus 1, y, x plus 1, y. And finally, these guys, they're all y plus 1. Neat. Got some stuff happening here. We need to import this from data.eq. Sure. Maybe not the cleanest way to do it, but it'll serve. Well, if the image is not found, I guess we have a like, I don't know, it just won't show up. We'll just show the background. That's fine. Yeah, okay. Well, we're missing some corners, but by and large, that looks pretty cool. It's a little jittery. No, it seems fine. It'll be fine. Like, this really only has to move at the speed of human, right? Like, you're just moving your little guy around. It's not does not require like 60 updates per second, right? Like we're like, presumably this is still rendering pretty smoothly. It's just like, it's not gonna get all fucked up, but like just the rate of action is very slow, so it doesn't. We will want to have smooth scrolling, right? And like animation, right? Like when we move down one tile, we don't want to go bop, 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 bop. We want to like smoothly kind of interpolate there, but like I think we can probably, like, CSS transitions give us that for free, maybe. So I don't know. We'll see, man. Okay. That's fun. Let's grab the rest of the tiles then. Maybe this will look something approaching tolerable. Yeah. So what's our next? Can we zoom out at all? Let's zoom to not 500. Yeah, that seems good. These are single. I don't think we have much need of this. Like, what are the tiles we're missing? This is a wall, 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 floor, wall, wall, floor. And what does that look like for us? Do we have those? What is the second column? Oh, just alternative tiles. Sure. That might be fun. Okay, we need one that has, there's only 2 floors. These have only 2 floors, but they're kind of wonky. I guess what we're looking for is, like, we're missing all interior corners. How do we make an interior corner? I'm probably missing something very obvious, but I'm getting sleepy. And that is my downfall. Oh. Well, this sure looks like an interior corner. That's the actual corner. Is that what we want? Gotta think. Like, that will serve for the, like, this guy here will serve for the corner piece itself, right? What about, I guess one below the corner piece, we just want, like, straight up wall. Doesn't matter. Like, we just want, like, this guy, right? So maybe we're gonna have some, like, this scheme is not exhaustive, right? Like, this does not have every combination that we would like. But like, we're just gonna have to duplicate some, or maybe we just need better logic. Let's think. Oh yeah, we've done a lot of talking about thinking, but I think relatively little thinking. So maybe that's something to work on. I wonder. So I guess, well, I don't know. Either way, nothing to do for now, but extract the rest of these tiles. And I think let's just go ahead with that. Let's get rid of our div Kamiyoshi, because that's apparent to everyone. Flickering, how fun. Grab tiles. Got those. Okay. We're not going to care about these guys for now. We will care about these guys. So what are those coordinates? Oh, we do need to get closer. That is 84, 538. Five, 3, 8, 5, 3, 8, 5, 3, 8. What are these walls looking like? The first row. Don't even have a third tile in the first row. This is, I guess the next row we'll also add, and this is going to be, what is it? 562 or 63. Gotta be careful. And the first one is, let's see, wall, 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 floor. Wall, 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 floor, wall, wall. And next we have wall, wall, floor, wall, 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 floor, wall, 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 wall. Say that 150,000 times fast. Sure. Let's go back here. Rerun grab tiles. Grab all the tiles. Copy. Or move all of those into assets. And also copy assets into dist. Sure. Well, that gave us some more, right? But we're still missing some of the ones that we were concerned about. Making progress. Why are we missing this? This should be something obvious. Oh, it's because they're... What? No. That's because this is a wall here. Interesting. Gotta think about that. Boy. Well then. I think... Yeah, I got really blurry again. What is up with that? We're gonna have to solve this issue. Maybe not right now. If I tab away, do I get my resolution back? Does the compression decide to have mercy? Maybe? I don't know. Either way. Doesn't matter too much. We're having a nice relaxed stream. Taking it nice and easy, chilling out, keeping it real, keeping it relaxed. Okay, well, either way, I think these are just supposed to be normal corners and normal walls, right? So we're just going to duplicate those tiles. And maybe that helps us out a little bit. I don't know. I think it's probably easier to just actually copy files than to complicate this logic. Let's see. Where's our thing? Here it is. Let's look at some of these. Right? So this one here, right? That is moving something to wall, wall, wall. Wall, 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 floor, floor. .png. The thing we want to move there is wall, 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 floor, wall, floor. .png. Or no. We want to copy it, of course, but also that doesn't exist. Why doesn't it exist? What are we looking for? What is the thing that we need to learn? Zoom way out. We want to copy this one. Oh, why do we have floor, wall, floor? Yeah, it's floor, floor, floor. Yep. And also, we want the same thing for the other side. So floor, floor, wall, so kind of the opposite corner. Similarly, we want this for upward facing. Reload. Okay, we got a lot more now. I think. Yes. So now we're left to these things that are immediately adjacent to interior corners. That's all that's left, I think, for our walls. Let's grab something. Let's not do that. Catch me copying footage between this machine and other machines. Let's say, so what is this? This is wall, 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 floor, floor. So isn't that the one we should have just done, though? Oh, we're being silly. We didn't make any progress at all. This needs to be copied to dist. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. So now we have just the weird cases. Just the weird guys. So now what we have, this is wall, 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 floor, wall, wall, floor. These are the verticals, I guess, right? So we want this to be wall, 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 floor, wall, wall, floor. Right, and the thing that we want here is wall, wall, floor, wall, floor, wall, wall, floor. Yep. Is that not correct? How do we not have wall, wall, floor, wall, floor? That should be this guy. Oh, we're not in assets. Continue to make very fun mistakes. Floor, swap these again. Mirror it. Copy it. Reload it. Okay, just the ones that are facing the other way now, I think. And also this weird thing. Cases of one width. Oh, fun. Okay. This is floor, wall, wall, floor, wall, floor, wall, wall. This takes care of cases like this. Floor, wall, wall, wall. Make sure we're on assets. And also cases like this. And also, for the sake of it, I think cases like this. Yeah. Similarly here, this takes care of cases, this case. And also similarly here, this takes care of this case. And also this takes care of this case. And maybe that gets us there? No, did I break something? Oh, we didn't copy them. Again, it seems like a lot of trouble to keep copying them, but I want to be able to just destroy that dist directory because it's like machine generated. I don't like to mix like things that are generated by a build process and like the actual stuff. Actual human created assets that you might want to keep around. Okay. What is going on here? I'm getting very confused. This naming scheme seems so logical, and it turns out to be a little painful, but That's okay. We'll have a good time. Okay, this is wall, wall, wall. Wall, floor. Floor, floor, floor. That makes sense. Sure. What do we want there? We want the interior corner. The interior corner, like here, is wall, wall, floor. So we're gonna, hold on. We're copying wall underscore wall, wall, floor, wall, floor, 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 .png to wall, 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 floor. Wait a second. Wait just a damn second. Oh, it's not the same because of this wall up here. Yep. That'll do it. And we need to do all rotations of that, which is fun. So let's buckle up. These guys. What do these guys look like? Look like this. So copy wall, floor, wall, wall, floor, wall, wall, floor, 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 .png to wall, 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 floor. This is too long. Floor, wall, floor, 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 .png. Sure. 2 more to find. I think. Maybe. Well, we'll reload for now. After we do the copying dance. Just a few more now. Mostly strange ones that occur in places like this, right, where there's very thin walls, right, which we haven't even copied over yet. These are actual new cases versus duplicates we need to handle. Okay. What else do we need? What else? What else? Well, these guys. Copy wall, 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 floor, wall, wall, floor, to PNG to wall. This is floor, floor, floor. We're looking at this this corner right here. Right, that is floor, 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 wall, floor, wall, wall, floor. We're trying to move it over here, which is floor, 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 wall, floor, wall, 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 .png. Similarly, the opposite direction corner. We can just flip, presumably. Okay. Getting there. Let's zoom way out, see what we're missing. Okay. Let's got a few more corners to handle. So this guy should just be this guy. I mean, there really are much better ways to do this, but like in terms of efficiency, in terms of having fewer assets, but this is a very easy way, and I think I like it. One thing that's occurring to me is that all of these copies I should record and put in that shell script, which seems like a very, very good idea. Let's maybe do that. Where is that? Grab tiles.sh. Sure. Do we have them all still? I think we do. Let's grab this one. They're currently unsorted, but like they don't really need to be. We will cope with the lack of aesthetic beauty in the ordering of our extremely rote copies. Yes, indeed. I mean, thinking about it, right, there are going to be, like, if we're truly handling like any configuration of walls and floors, right, like there are, I think there's 256 possible, might be just, it's just 8 bits, but I don't think we really need to handle every configuration. Maybe we do. It seems kind of nuts if we do. But what do I know? Okay. Oh. Cool. Let us see if that... Let's put our money where our mouth is. Let's kill assets. And rerun grab tiles. No, not as. We remove this too. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now we at least know where we are, and if we're missing any from our script. Okay. Oi. More to be done. I wonder what's going on with this thingy here. That seems a little strange to me. Oh, it's because this is a wall. Yeah, duh. Keep forgetting that gray always signifies wall. Sure. Cool. Well, let's add some more corners. Okay. So we're copying wall underscore floor 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 wall floor wall wall floor not png to wall underscore wall floor floor wall floor wall floor dot png. Sure, that handles that one. What about these ones? Copying wall, 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 floor, wall, floor, floor.png to wall, wall, floor, floor.png. Sure. Copy that. Nice. Just the left-hand sides, or the right-hand sides, no? I think. Yeah. Nice. Right, this one. Copy floor, wall, floor, png to wall, underscore floor, wall. Yep. And that on the other side would be copy wall, floor, floor. Okay. What are we still missing? That one? Okay, those upper corners. That is a copy wall, floor, wall to wall, floor, or no, floor, wall, floor. No, floor, wall. The words are stopping. They're no longer making sense. Jesus Christ. I wonder how many times I've said floor and wall. It's been a more than I would like, I think. These are all weird situations that we actually should not be handling yet. Okay. I see you. What is up next? Well, let's handle some of these one tile things and some of these other bits and bobs, I guess. So let's get in the next row of this sheet. This should just be one row down from this one, so it should be 238, right? That seems like the right thing. And that is floor, wall, wall, floor, and floor, wall, floor. Here we go. The next two are at 63. They are floor, wall, floor, wall, floor, and all floors. And the final set are at 88. It's nice to be adding by 25s and base 10. So we're just going to have repeating. The last 2 digits will just repeat. Floor, wall, floor, floor, wall, floor, floor, floor. We don't have anything here. That's fine. Floor, wall, floor, wall, floor, 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 floor. Yep. Seems good. Next up. Some of these. So now we're going over to 313. We want the middle one, so that's at 109. That is floor, 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 wall, floor. Then down to 338. And we have 3 here, so 84, 109, 134. First one is floor, 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 wall, floor, floor, floor. Next one is floor, wall, floor, wall, wall, floor, wall, floor. The last one is floor, 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 wall, floor, 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 floor. Cool. Now the T pieces, I guess. Okay, we're going to 363. A T piece in the middle spot. Why is that? Did we skip the middle piece at one point? Oh, yeah, we did. That makes sense. T pieces. 109, 363. Floor, 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 wall, wall, floor, wall, floor. Then these guys at 388. You have floor, wall, floor, floor, wall, floor, wall, floor. It occurs we probably should have just written a script that just hex pixel colors and then neighboring column, right? Like here, whatever. Doesn't matter. We're in too deep at this point, right? Like we're doing this. We're doing it by hand. We'll only have to do it once, hopefully. It's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is smooth. Floor, wall, floor, wall, floor, floor, wall, floor. Yeah. Now this, again, at 413. Is that the Homestuck number? I don't remember. Floor, wall, floor, wall, wall, floor, floor, floor. Yeah. Okay, then kind of T's connecting to longer walls. We can do that. The basic pattern will be the same as these 4. Except everything is incremented by a bunch. So these are now 438. These are now 463. This is now 488. The patterns are wall, 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 floor, wall, floor, wall, wall, floor, wall, 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 floor, floor, wall, 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 floor, wall, wall, and finally floor, wall, floor, wall, 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 wall. I think we are, in fact, with our copies, enumerating all 256 possibilities. Close to it. Maybe? No, not even close. We're enumerating like nothing. What am I thinking of? Why am I wonder what, oh, I mean, there's things like walls only in the corners and stuff like that. That's like just unreasonable. Sure. It's fine. Didn't we? Oh. These thick T-pieces. We're offset by 25 somewhere. That's going to cause us problems. Where are we offset? This guy is supposed to be floor wall. Okay, that's supposed to be this dude here. He's supposed to be at 513. He's not. Let's just start adding 25s and see what happens. Yep, this dude's supposed to be at 463. Makes sense. Yeah. It's supposed to be 438. Yeah. Makes sense. The top of these should be 388. Yep. We have these. Oh. We're missing the bottom row. Bottom piece. That'll do it. 363. Set position 109. It is floor, wall, floor, 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 floor. That will certainly do it. Okay, now that gets us all the way to here, which we know about. Let's split these up into easier to read of groupings. That seems better. What happens in row at y coordinate 288? Where's that? I'm stuck in this tool again. Why am I stuck in this tool? A-sprite. A-sprite, A-sprite. Okay, we're looking for 288. That's these. These guys. Yeah, there we go. Yep, so okay, those are our groupings. That will do it. Gotten these. We haven't gotten these yet. Or any of these. Alright, final push. And then we'll be done until we do the ground sprites. But we'll just grab one ground sprite for now, because I think they only differ in like the placement of tiny rocks that line up with the walls. Something like that. Something like that. Okay. These. They're in, just to make sure. I don't know why when the window is small, it changes to the color picker. It seems to flash between the color picker and something else, but that is hugely strange. These are 588. And 613. What are they? Well, we have floor, wall, wall, floor, wall, floor, wall, floor, wall, wall, floor, wall, floor, floor, wall, floor, floor, wall, floor, floor, wall, floor, wall, wall, and finally floor, wall, floor, wall, floor, wall, wall, floor. Sure. And then the rotations of the same. Excellent. This should be 638, 638, 63, 3. Floor, wall, wall, floor, floor, wall, wall, floor, wall, floor, wall, wall, floor, then floor, wall, 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 floor. Okay, the final 6. This has been a marathon. These, what are we going for? 688, 713, 713, 738. Right, we'd have done this in so many better ways, right? We could have, and we chose despair. And we could have written all these relative to an offset. When if we use another one of these sprite sheets and the offset from the top inevitably changes slightly, we'll cross that bridge when we come there. That's not too bad to deal with said and friends. Okay, the last shebang. Floor, wall, floor, wall, wall, floor, wall, wall, floor, wall, floor, wall, 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 floor, floor, wall, 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 floor, wall, floor, wall, wall, floor, wall, wall, floor, wall, floor, floor, wall, 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 floor, wall, wall, floor, wall, wall, floor, wall, wall. Cool. Okay, let's run it. Takes a minute, but eventually it will finish. Go over here, move. I want to say dot. Do we have every possible? No, we do not, because we still need to make some more copies. Excellent. So we have additional corner cases, haha, literally corner cases, that are going to plague us. But we will not despair. We will continue our quest and handle these as well. Oi. I will be right back. In any case, I'm going to grab a little more water and then we will continue and see where it takes us. Can find the correct thing. Oop. Blue mode. Bye. All right, back. Ready to roll. Let's continue bravely onward and identify these corner cases and install appropriate remedies. So this guy, little outcropping. The thing that we want there is going to be copy wall. What do we want there? Think. What is causing this to... Well, let's assume we want floor, wall, floor, .png to be instead also wall, floor, .png. Yep, and we also want it to be in this case, the wall is in the bottom. There are both walls. It's that case that we handle specially. Nope. Yep, looks good. And then there are 4 rotations of this. Maybe this is the wall that's kind of jutting out to the right. And we also must do it for left, up and down. Getting parched. Well, I guess let's just do that then. So it's easy enough to just flip this, right? Yeah, just flip for the left-hand side. And similarly, you can just make the necessary permutations, add them all here. Then, okay, let's think about a wall that's retreating to the north. So that'll be like that. And that's also going to handle a case where Is it though? Oh yes, it is. Where it's like so I think maybe, yeah, there is no such thing right now. And also both central sites. Copy all of those things. And then we flip them. So this could be floor, wall, floor here. This can be wall, wall, wall here. Man, it's been an hour and a half of just babbling about floors and walls. This has been A very exciting diversion, I'm sure. Okay, let's do the necessary permutations. Yeah. Okay. Copy these over here. Copy the assets into dist. Load it up. Okay, I think in order to really be sure, we have to find a place where there's a 1 width. Yes, places like this. The real messy situations. Oh, well, we've also managed to grab, that looks like the blue background from the sprite sheet, right? So we grabbed an incorrect sprite somewhere. What is that situation? That is, I mean, it's just surrounded by floors, right? There's a wall, floor, 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 floor. Yep. What are we grabbing there? 134 plus 263. 134. I'm sure that's supposed to be a... Where is that? It's here. Something weird is going on. Something strange is happening here. Oh, sure, this is supposed to be 84. This is supposed to be 109. That makes a lot of sense. Anyway, we'll rerun that eventually. These things are situations like copy wall, floor, 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 wall, wall, floor, 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 .png to wall, floor, 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 wall, 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 floor, floor. Yeah. The same for the wall is on top. Same for if the wall is only on top. And then also same thing flipped. So here would be if the wall is here, I think, yeah, the wall is also here. If the wall is only there. And presumably we also need the same thing for the verticals. So if we had the situation wall, floor, wall, floor, 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 wall, floor, floor, wall, floor, that PNG. There are another six possibilities here. What are they? Let's think. Well, I mean, the 6. This is one of them. This is another one. This is one of them. This is another. This is another. And this is another. Let's copy these all. Oy. I hope it's worth it. I really hope it's worth it in the end. Well, no, that's not right. Something's not right there. We'll get to it. Yeah, all of our vertical walls have been replaced. What gives? What wall should that be? That should be floor, wall, floor, 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 wall, floor. Open. That doesn't seem right. Maybe the original is not right. 84, 263. Well, that's that. It's not copied anywhere else. Well, maybe we just need to rerun things. That seems likely. Let's run this. Waiting. Okay. Let's do our move. Let's copy everything into assets or into dist. Do we still encounter this? Let's find some. Okay, we don't. Nice. There's only a few weird situations left. These crossing things. Some places I think that'd be called kitty corner, but not in any place that I've ever heard of. Neat. All right. Well, let's keep this going. Okay, I think my stopping point for the evening is going to be getting this to a state where we can render the map and it looks reasonably nice and there are no obvious glitches most of the time. And that feels attainable. That feels very attainable to me. Okay. So these things, what's this guy all about? That should just be a horizontal wall. So it should be copy wall, floor, 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 floor. Can maybe copy wall, floor, 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 wall, wall, floor, floor, floor. So it's a special case of these things. We need to handle the cases where there are all walls. Bunch of walls. And we need to handle the case. Let's just make sure we're not overwriting anything. Yeah. So we're handling the cases where, right now we're handling the cases where there are 1 or 2 walls, right? But we're not handling the 3 and 4 wall cases. So we need to take care of those. Excellent. So there's the 4 wall case. And we're gonna have three wall cases. And then we're gonna need to repeat that for vertical walls. So these guys here. We're gonna need the 4 wall case, which is, what is that? The vertical wall. Ugh, my brain is hurting. Brain hurty. Fuck. Think. It's just the far 4 corners of the thing, right? So it's just the same thing again. Okay. Yeah. Floor. There, floor there, there. Yeah, these are unique. We are slowly enumerating. We're listing many a thing. God help us. Still have a weird corner there. Yeah, one thing that these just placing the hallways in the middle does is it really makes for like, yeah, we might need a little more variety, but we will see. For now, it's fine for at least sampling these dungeons. Okay, a few more corners. I think corners are, we haven't found a single width yet. Yeah, mostly corners, I think. Oh, and that what is that all about? Ah, it's 2 walls, but it's the other combination. Delightful. Fuck. Well, wall, wall, floor. Floor, wall, wall. And the other way. And, of course, the other way. And we'll do the same for the other thing. We'll do what? What shall we do? Damn. It was really hard to think about these things after a while. Right? I'm definitely not the best mental shape rotator, and is geez, let's think. So we're looking for effectively this rotated 90 degrees. Something like, yeah, something like that. Maybe. Well, either way, it's not a duplicate, so let's get those corners too, just to make sure. Oh, here's a hole. No, it's just not loaded yet. We'll probably have like fog of war and stuff, which will alleviate some of the things popping in suddenly problem. I think that should help. Okay, what is this? This is just a corner, right? We want to copy wall, floor, 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 wall, floor. Wall, floor. Yeah, two. What does it become? It becomes wall, floor, floor, wall, floor, wall, wall, wall. And on the other side, it's the same. It is mirrored. It will become something. The same thing mirrored. That. Okay. Let's rerun once more and see where we get. Maybe we'll get somewhere good. Let's move all that here, move all that there. Refresh the page. It looks, everything's looking good. There's probably some weird fucked up situation that looks bad still. But I mean, the final thing will just make like that look like a single standalone tile, right? And so if there's like a weird edge case, it doesn't look like a gray square. It'll look like just sort of out of place. Sure. Yeah, I think we just set the default background image, we'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be okay. It will be okay. Yeah, very nice. Let's also get ground. Let's not get a lot of different grounds for now. Let's get one single solitary ground, which is located at where? Where? It's here. It's 334, 188. How nice. Round 334, 188. This is round 444444444.png. Well, let's call them floor to be consistent. Jesus. We've only said it 75,000 times. Let's keep it together. So we run everything because who cares? Why not? Doesn't take very long anyway. And move the stuff, copy the stuff. Let's go over here, let's find back to some code. And for ground, let's just say background image URL assets floor G. Yeah, and let's make sure we don't generate water anymore. Let's generate ground. You know what? We're calling it floor. Yeah, we're calling it floor. What did we fuck up this time? What is the problem? What is the problem, officer? Could not load the image. Oh, we didn't. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. Oh, cool. Yeah, well, this looks like something, right? This is, let's make it appropriately sized. And let's zoom in. This certainly looks like some walls and floors from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. We could slap some sprites in there and maybe have something that kind of resembles a game, right? We have some dungeons being generated. We still have some real fucked up little scenarios like this, but hey, you can't win them all. We'll deal with that. But Jesus Christ, I keep trying to walk it out, right? And there's a couple more. There's a few glitches, right? But we have the bulk of it, right? The thing seems to be connected, right? You're not going to spawn somewhere and not be able to reach the exit if we just place both you and the exit randomly. And yeah, I think it looks pretty promising. I think maybe. What is my plan then? I think the plan right now is to continue this, probably continue this endeavor maybe in 2 weeks, or maybe I start streaming more often and continue it sooner than that, because I want to continue digging into the Pokemon Emerald nonsense, and also do more of this. I think the long-term plan for this is I want to make some sort of fan work, right? I have sort of grand ambitions of making something for maybe Giga. That seems fun. I like Giga, and I don't really have the capacity to make fan art, so it might be interesting to make a little fan game, right? We'll descend into the dungeon and fight creatures and undead and all that good stuff. So cool. I think that's gonna be it for me. I think we have 5 whole viewers, which is very exciting. Hello, viewers. So we're gonna raid somebody. I don't know who we're gonna raid. This is my first time raiding anybody, so let's see how that goes. Who do I? Everyone who I follow who is streaming right now is very big. Is there anybody who's very small? Oh, Corpse. Cool. Let's raid over to Corpse then. Corpse. Let's hop on over. All right, see you folks later. I'll probably be back next week around this time, or maybe even earlier. Maybe Thursday and Friday. Who knows? it's a mystery. Well, I'll see you there. Bye now. Or it looks like I got the raid pop up and it was like, well, it says I have 5 viewers, right? I think there's only one like real viewer, like active, ready to raid. I think it's rude to raid with one person, so we're gonna can that for now. We're gonna leave that one for another day. We will pop the raid cherry on another occasion. So in that case, goodbye. Sayonara.